go. Alrighty. Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone doing? Adjust that a bit. Let's see here. Feel like things are a little louder than usual today, so I'm trying to get that perfect. Alright, so I did the last of those. No, I did not. Going live. How you doing, Jack? Perfect. There we go. Yeah, I can just minimize that. Don't need that open all the time. What about these? Those I might need, but it's all good. Perfect. All right. I had to go and do emergency pet taken care of because Zelda started freaking out at the very beginning of the stream. So, not what we want, of course, but it happens. All good here, buddy. Excellent, excellent. I'm doing well. I am doing well. I am just after stream today, I'm gonna go for a walk, hang out with a friend. You know, just do the simple fun things. Yeah, she's fine. She just got out of bed and started freaking out. Which, you know, she does that sometimes. She is a little difficult to take care of, so... Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. Now I'm curious. If I go over that there, does it get noticeably darker? Or am I already using like a noir black on this? Yeah, I mean, she's herself is fine. It's just, you know, her head's really itchy right now. She's got a scab on it, and like it's driving her nuts. But you know, life goes on. We're in the end of the day, we're all good. Yeah. No. How about you? How about you, Mellow Miniatures? Are you all right? You doing good? like that my laptop is making that noise. Close Discord, see if that helps. Yeah, really good. Got the missing Battle for Skull Pass minis today. Oh, fantastic. Congratulations. Excited to hear that. Nothing quite like that feeling of getting the missing pieces that you were lacking before. It's a good feeling. Playing a few videos, and then we'll be heading off to the Sea of Thieves. Ooh. Haven't heard that game in a while. Did you know that there is a Sea of Thieves RPG? Like a tabletop role-playing game. Heard about it, but wasn't sure about it. Do tell more. I don't know a whole lot about it myself, actually. I saw it in the store one day, and I was like, that's Sea of Thieves, and that's a role-playing game. And that was about as far as that went. And hello, Alin Mitches. How are you today? Nice to see you this Saturday. I guess for you, it would be Saturday evening. I hope you are well. Let's see here. There we go. Oh, these little exhaust things have a symbol on them. That's not going to be easy to paint. Anything new and exciting going on, Alin Mitches? You'll be fleeing the country in a week. Is that when the borders open up again? I presume you've found a place to stay at? Not gonna wait till the borders open. I see, I see. Well, sounds like risky business, but I hope, you guys have a plan all sorted out. And I wish the best of luck for you on that. Oh geez, I feel like that's gonna pop right off. It's sorted. Just gonna be a long trip. Well, I mean, you gotta evaluate the risk versus the reward, right? So long as you think that the reward, the outcome, will be worthwhile compared to the risk that you're taking, then, only you can decide that, right? Yeah. I mean, however you're doing this, I just hope that you'll be safe. That's all I've got. Just want to make sure that you're safe and happy in the end. You will fall asleep? Alright. Well, you have a good night and a good rest there, Linmitches. I'm glad that you dropped in to say hello. It's nice to see you. After your departure, do you have an estimate on when you'll be at your destination? It'll take 8 hours. Oh, that doesn't sound too bad. Sounds like it's going to be a stressful 8 hours, but 8 hours is relatively, you know, it's boring, provided you're not, trying to pass through borders. That part's probably going to make it significantly less boring. It's long though. It's definitely very long. Just make sure you pack lots of food and water with you. And you should be fine. Are you going by vehicle or are you hiking? Are you just going to hike it? With a backpack? Oh, train. Oh. Well, that's not so bad. How's the train gonna... I'm confused now. If the border's closed, how is the train still operating? Oh, you're gonna train hop. I see. I see. Yeah, as long as you've got a good spot where the trains slow down, should be perfectly fine. Well, I wish you a safe train hopping. Man, that person did not clean these up at all after they assembled them. And it doesn't help that I didn't clean it up afterwards, but I mean, like, they primed them with like all these notches on the shoulder pad parts. All the Blackreach stuff I got secondhand. Just like, look at that, this is awful. Ugh. But yes, Linmitches, I wish you a well, maybe not happy, but, joyful, least stressful train hopping. Because based off what you've described, it sounds like you're going to have to jump onto a moving train. Which, as long as there's like an intersection that it has to go through, they slow down quite a bit for those, and sometimes even stop. So it'll be a lot easier to just hop right on. I've done it before. I used to do it as a kid. So, you got this. I believe in you. The older the train, the easier it is. It's got handles all over it. Just make sure you pack lightly is all. I mean, like, I can't speak for USA at all, but Canada's borders are also blocked. We've also got a border patrol, but it's not like anyone's got guns or anything. Don't forget, I'm not American. I can take a train. Just need a whole bunch of documents. Oh, okay. Oh, like a passenger train. Oh, wait. How is the border closed then? That doesn't sound like a closed border to me. Closed border means no travel. Or is it just no non-essential travel? I don't know. You made it sound dramatic. You're like, I don't know if I can handle it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, it sounds like, you know, sounds like she's doing something stressful. I mean, if you're just like hopping onto a train, you'll be fine. What are you stressed about? Are you just worried that they'll deny your paperwork? Yeah, so the border being closed here in Canada means nobody goes in and out. Like it's like non-essential travel over here refers to like don't go like leisure shopping. And border being closed literally means like Americans are not allowed to enter our country. And like that was us that set that record. The only people that are allowed in are Canadian citizens and parcel, like basically mail. Oh, okay. So travel is something that gives you stress. I understand. Okay, so I got that. Oh man, this is gonna be a lot of work. All right. There we go. Mostly fix that. That's fine. Oh, well, thank you, buddy. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm a bit of a nitpick for exposure's a little bit high here. It's a pretty sunny day today. Yeah, that's a little too much. You know, I'm a little bit of a nitpick, so just like the details I'm going over on these are probably a little more excessive than I even intended in the first place. Just trying to get the trim to look more like it's a dark gray than a black. So I'm just going through with the color I'm using is very much just like an off black right now. It's like I use a true black and then I'm using an off black and then I'm going to mix the off black with a really dark gray and then I'm going to go in with just a really dark gray. And that should result in the result I'm looking for. Are they all getting the Mars bases? I have no idea what I'm going to do for their bases. I really don't. Like, I should make them all uniform, and like I did start off with like that crackly Earth Martian base on these guys, but like I feel like as much as I like that, I can't help but feel like it's a little bit of a clash, like just too much red, right? Because these guys were originally painted up with a Black Templar scheme. I need to fix up the foot cable on all of these guys. Just realized. Let's go in and just make that like a black rubber. Doesn't need the same level of highlights, but yeah, just so it's not all the same. Nope, that guy's got his covered up. Yeah, what could I do? I could just like grass tuft all of them. Or static grass all of them. I got a lot of static grass. It would be a good use of all my static grass, actually. Just PVA, static. There we go. Was that the last of them? Did I do this one up? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Yeah, so see if I can find an example here. Like, it's really minute, and I don't know how much of it the camera is able to pick up on the difference between those. Let's see here if I do it like that. You can kind of see a little bit. It's the one on the right is more of a gray, and this guy hasn't gotten any of his highlights yet. So that's what I was originally planning on doing up right now. But I kind of want to just wanted to handle those first. Because if I can like get these guys up to completion level, the ones that are kind of off the camera right now, then I'm gonna feel a lot better, because then I can just say like, well, I have completed half of them. So if the rest are a little underwhelming, I don't care as much, you know. Because right now I'm all about getting these guys done, despite the fact that I'm ridiculously nitpicky. Yeah, I just saw that you commented. Give me a sec there. I see. What do you mean about clashing? Actually, yeah. A bit of green on the bases. Yeah, green on the bases would make them look a bit better. Although, it also runs the risk of them all just looking like evil Santa Clauses. Because of the red and green, right? So I'd have to grab like a really dark foresty green, which I have, so I can just use that. Because otherwise it'll just look like they're all murder Santas. I decided to stick with what my original Tyranid color scheme was too. So rather than repaint them, I'm just going to paint over top of them to touch them up. But the scheme that I had with them was very foresty. So a little bit of like nerd talk. I had named them Hive Fleet Gaia. And so what the idea was is that when they land on a planet, they don't like they still do the thing where they make the vegetation like overgrow and all that stuff, but they don't start off the consumption of the planet with eating it. Rather, they really try to keep the vegetation to the maximum, because they use it as cover. And then only after all life has been, all biomass has been, living biomass has been consumed, or sentient, I should say, then they go and move on to the plant, the plant life. Hey, Wolf Parable, how's it going? Murder Santas should be the chapter name. Nah, man, these are the exorcists. But yeah, so like that's why they were all green, was that they were trying to, they had designed themselves to be camouflaged. How you doing today, Wolf Parable? Hey, Mikey, how's it going? Love that backstory. Then you add a custom backstory to the army. Yeah, for the Tyranids, yeah, it's cool. And since I plan on like playing with my friends and stuff, like at my house and not at shops, if I can get everything to have like a uniform basing, kind of makes my life a bit easier. And just kind of looks a little bit more together. I'm good. Work in progress. It breaks after a while, you know, and you can't see correctly. Hand is shaking. Oh, yeah. Just like too focused. I hear ya. You probably just haven't eaten. If you're getting to that point, get some good food in you. Need refueling. And how are you today, Mikey? Got your next screen to table episode planned out? Yep. So when I first I mean, not when I first started painting, but like I remember there was a distinct point where I was painting so often I would forget to eat, and the only thing that reminded me I had to eat and drink was that my hands were like shaking, and I was like, "Gosh darn it, body, you're failing me." So yeah, make sure you eat. Food is important. Gotta have your food. Okay, so these guys haven't even gotten a touch up on black, so that's gotta happen. Is that no? Man, I wish I didn't do that to number 3. Why did I have to do that to number 3? Because it's a dollar store brush, but still, nonetheless, like, come on, man. You just made fajitas. Fajitas are delicious. Oy. Gotta reach with my right hand, not my left. Okay, that one's beautiful, so don't need to do anything with that one. You got crazy shaky hands naturally. Crazy shaky hands naturally. Painting has been helping a lot. Oh, that's good. Do you often use weighted, like, paint holders or like model holders? Because having weighted tools can totally help. I mean, you probably have like a system. It's kind of what I'm getting at, and because I know Jeremy at Black Magic Craft has nerve damage, and he does pretty remarkable painting. All in all, considering, and he had released a video discussing what he uses or what he does to avoid his handshakes getting out of control. For example, myself, I should not be consuming caffeine when I am painting my models. I still do sometimes. I'm drinking coffee right now. But that's because I started early. No, but that's a good idea. Yeah, yeah. You know what? Okay, so if that's the case, maybe you haven't already. Maybe you haven't already seen the video. Bless you, Kitty. Bless you. Yeah, he'll take like an empty pill bottle and he'll fill it with sand, and it just helps his shakes under control. But like, yeah, go check out Black Magic Craft shakes in YouTube, and there's just this beautiful video where he talks about how he handles it, because he shared one thing once, and a person who had basically lost access to the hobby, wrote to him and was like, look, you just, like, after having a stroke and not being able to paint, what you've done has returned a hobby to me. I can't express how grateful I am. And he's like, okay, so I think I need to make a video fully discussing the subject. Good sleep, having a healthy amount of sleep is also important. Looks at your own coffee, same. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I've got this massive mug of coffee that I've been drinking. So I start off with like 16 ounces of coffee. I don't fill the whole thing to the brim, but yeah, I'm a bit of a coffee addict. I shouldn't say a bit. That undersells how addicted I am to caffeine. I am heavily addicted to caffeine. College ruined me. But I can't go blaming all my problems on other people. But yeah, college. College is what did that to me. Once in a while, or a couple times a day. A couple times a day counts as once in a while, right? Yeah, I've actually cut back on my coffee. Once upon a time, I used to have like basically a pot of coffee daily. But now I try to fill a lot of that in with tea where I can. Still like caffeine tea, like black tea, but I know that the amount of caffeine I'm intaking when I'm doing that is less. So like I'll have like English breakfast tea or Scottish breakfast tea, maybe an Irish breakfast tea. Basically, black breakfast teas. Strange words I do not understand. Yeah. Yo, man. It depends on the tea. It depends on the tea. And depends on how concentrated you're doing it, right? For example, so to put further details into this, depending on what kind of coffee you're drinking, also impacts how much caffeine there is. So, I like a black roast coffee, but that actually has the least caffeine in it. And a couple of years back, I started drinking my coffee black. And when I did that, I moved on to blonde roast because I could taste the flavors of the coffee more. Because dark roasts all kind of taste the same. So now, like, by drinking blonde roast, I'm actually having even more caffeine because the roasting process actually damages and destroys some of the caffeine molecules. So the dark roast, longer roasted. I'm gonna have to look into that though. I hadn't heard someone say before that tea has more caffeine. I don't doubt it, but it's to my brain. My brain is like, that doesn't sound right. Okay, let's look this up. Let's Google this. Get to have a little bit of science. We got like a million messages. Whoa, text message. What is this? Who text message? Oh, cool. I got a package in the lobby. Oh, that's exciting. Yes, I need to... Here we go. Tea leaves have more caffeine than coffee beans before they are brewed, prepared. However, tea is diluted quite a bit more than coffee. Each will vary depending on how strong you like it. Fascinating. Tea has more caffeine to the gram, but less grams in a tea bag than a cup. That is very true. I pack my coffee. Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense. I have much more concentrated coffee than I do tea. However, I will say I never take my tea bag out. And then I go and I top it up with more water afterwards. So what you're saying is if I really want to get on the caffeine, I should be double bagging. That's what I'm hearing. I could probably double bag an English breakfast. I think I could double bag that. Breakfast teas I could totally double bag. Oh yeah, no, it's a waste to use it only once. Mind you, I'm not using small mugs either, though. I exclusively use giant mugs. I don't know what the milliliter amount is. I only know the ounce amount because my Keurig only does ounces, which is a darn shame. But like this thing can hold probably 26 fluid ounces, but I don't know how much that is in milliliters. I think it could probably at least do 250, maybe 500 milliliters. No, 250 is way too small. Yeah, at least 500 milliliters. No, no, double bag. Your heart will stop. Again, I am heavily, heavily addicted to caffeine. The impact that I get is very reduced because my body is very adjusted to it. Like, you know when people feel like wired, like from having too much caffeine? I haven't experienced that in years. I'm like those truckers that like drive for hours on end and just live off of caffeine. Sadly, a lot of truckers end up turning to hard drugs because they keep them awake for longer periods. And when I say truckers, I'm referring to like semi-trucker. It's weird that it's called a semi-truck because it's actually like the largest truck. Actually, I'm gonna look at this one here. I'm really happy with how those lenses turned out. Okay, oh man, that is way too bright. Okay, we'll go like that. There's that there. And we're gonna go here. So I don't know if you can see the dots that I did on the lenses. I've never done lens dots, like the reflections before. So I was very happy with how all those turned out. In high school, we were warned to stay away from energy drinks and shown a story about a 15-year-old who drank like... Oh, well, I mean, like, you're not supposed to drink more than like 2 a day. Realistically, drinking more than 1 energy drink a day is like really bad. But yeah, no, there was some high school kid who during like triathlon had like 4 or 5 cans of like energy drinks. Like realistically, with the amount of caffeine that are in those. But so here's another thing. I think there's a big misunderstanding too with energy drinks. There is so much more in them than just caffeine that are in there to basically promote alertness and like can potentially end up increasing your heart rate. There's like vast amounts of B12 in there, as well as ginseng, both of which can result in you being a bit more alert, and of course the caffeine. Fun fact, caffeine is actually a poison. It's a natural insecticide. So the reason why it causes you to shake is it actually is a paralyzing agent. And this is why athletes are informed not to have caffeine before performing, because while it can make your mind more alert, it actually weighs down on your body and your body's performance. Fun fact, because what it does to insects is it paralyzes their body while their mind goes into a a very hyper, basically, state as they die. Yeah, and we drink that. Oh, thank you for a compliment on the lenses. But yeah, no. Yeah. But yeah, no. And on top of that too, I mean, like, you just shouldn't be consuming something that makes your heart rate go faster while also doing excessive physical activities. That's a really bad idea. And specifically, actually, that is why Red Bull no longer promotes their stuff to athletes. Because if you remember the original commercials for it, they were all like aimed at runners, like sports people, and the like. And that is why they don't do that anymore. It's also why Monster's target audience is now video game players. It used to be like BMXers and stuff, but again, extensive physical activity, consuming a beverage that increases your heart rate, it's not a good thing, right? So yeah, if you're going to be drinking a Red Bull, it's actually better that you're doing something like sitting on your butt. Because your heart will thank you. Yeah. Yeah, my biology teacher gave us a full rundown on not just like the fact that Monster energy drinks or Red Bulls killed a kid, but also why it killed the kid and how it ended up killing the kid. Yeah, I think they were... Because, yeah, I do remember it was like he had 12 energy drinks or something like that. But I think they were the Red Bull cans, like the smaller Red Bull cans. Because, like, drinking, like, more than 2 Monsters in a day is already quite a feat. Hello! Speaking of biology teachers, nice to see you there. Spiky Kina, nice to see you. We were just painting a whole bunch of space boys. And talking about the effects of caffeine. And how it is actually a psychoparalytic. And that's how it kills bugs. It's a natural pesticide. It's a poison, specifically. And there's the infamous story about the kid at his triathlon, and he had too many... And by too many, I mean like he had severely too many energy drinks, and it killed him. So, don't ingest chemicals that increase your heart rate when you're already doing straining sport activities. That's bad. Hello. I think I'm gonna feed him. Yeah, smell the paintbrush. Is Zelda still on the bed? Okay. Would you mind?
Yep, I got it.
Thank you. I'm gonna speed Ganon here quickly before he starts turning into an evil demon. And that way he doesn't scream and make his sister have a panic attack. Because she already was a little on edge today, so I want to do that favor for her. Where are you? You little devil. Hello. Hello. Out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. Okay. Hey. Yeah. No. No. See? Look. Good boy. Perfect. Oh man, it is warm today. Let's crack that open. No. I don't think it's necessarily over-exaggeration. This happened years ago. This happened when I was in high school, and that was... Oh, man. I think that happened in, like, 2006. Like, back when I think the only energy drink companies that were available, at least in Canada, were Red Bull, Monster, and like NOS, and Balls, BAWLS, came in a blue bottle. It was very textured. That one had, I think, some of the least amount of caffeine in it. And they had a promo with a video game called Run Like Hell, and the energy drink was used as a healing potion. It was very like a Doom. And hey, Valley Dweller, how's it going? Yep, I see you gonna lurk. Sounds good to me, buddy. Alright, so now that I've got that, let's grab the second shade of gray here. So we're going to go in here with a Necromancer's Cloak from Army Painter. Not a bad paint. I have no qualms with this one. This is one of Army Painter's good paints. But yeah, I mean, like, the idea at all that there was a beverage that killed a kid is, you know, there's a lot to take in with that, right? Like, how often do you hear a news article like that? Alright, perfect. So, now I've got that. We got this. Gonna open up that door so get some breeze in here. Okay. Way earlier. Okay. Hold on, folks. I'm gonna have to deal with cat stuff. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Had to go be cat parent when I fed Zelda. The few meows that Ganon let out alerted her. All right. Playing Destiny, Stream Raiders Captain, listening to Clubhouse Room. No problem on the break. Sounds good. So yeah, we're just touching up these guys' trim. Painting pretty slow. Total opposite of a Valley Dweller stream. Gotta give a shout out for Valley. You know, let's do a shout out for our mod as well. So SO Valley. It's another great streamer. And then shout out for Mikey. Mikey's one of the only video game streams that I ever watch. Although I haven't been too present as of late, my apologies for that there, Mikey. So our great mod, good friend, just overall good guy. That should have said Cat Dad. What says Cat Dad? Oh, no. Cat Dad. I see. I think fish and chips are one of the meals that we adopted from you. Fish and chips are... Oh, yeah. Likewise here. It's a very, very British thing. Not super dark black anymore, so maybe now people will stop asking me if these are what do people keep saying they were? Not blood angels, not world eaters, flesh terrors. Yeah, flesh terrors. Maybe people stop asking me if they're flesh terrors. I mean, people are still gonna ask me if they're flesh terrors, but that's okay. Me, I don't like fish. I would be the person that wouldn't like it. I'll join you with the tea, but ugh. Cod is not my friend. Bacon buddy for breakfast. What's a bacon buddy? Like haddock. Okay, so question for you. Because I as a Pacific coaster have the hardest time when I see how some people pronounce this word. So I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask everybody here. How do you pronounce that word? Oh, there's a fuzzy somewhere. I saw a hair drift right across this. Bacon buddy is a bacon sandwich. Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, I posted a word up in there. Perfect. Yes. Thank you. All of you correctly pronounced that. Yeah, salmon. I've noticed, and so at first I thought this was just an American thing, but I was like, no, I don't think this is just an American thing, because as Valley pointed out, because he is a West Coaster as well, you know, he keeps the L silent. It is and it's East Coast Canadians pronounce it correctly, but I've noticed specifically it is either Southern, like USA residents, or East Coast USA residents. They will call it salmon. They will pronounce the L, and it makes my mind explode. But like, mind you, I live on the Pacific coast. I live in the region that is like one of the world's suppliers for salmon. So much so that we have an area, I think it's a city or a town called Salmon Arm. Right? So for me, I should not be upset when people mispronounce it, because you know what? I think if I did not grow up as a West Coast Canadian, I probably would have read that as salmon and been, you know, like, silent L's don't really exist in most of English, like having a silent L. So I would probably mispronounce it as salmon. You're all over. Very fair, very fair. Hearing you say southern is so odd to me. What's odd about hearing me say southern? Is it my accent? Because I do have an accent. I have a very specific Canadian accent, and sometimes it slips out. I'm pretty adjusted with a Vancouver accent, but my proper accent sometimes bleeds through and gives away that I'm not from Vancouver. I've never heard salmon. I believe Kay once called it salmon. I could be wrong. I heard one person say it, and then I heard a second one shortly after, and I wanted to say it was Kay. It could be someone else. Could have been, but I don't watch a whole lot of streamers. I know it was a streamer. I'm bad. I subscribe to people, and then I usually usually don't watch. I've been very busy. Southern. Oh, so it's the ow. Okay, so that is distinctly Canadian. So how we pronounce OUs, it's pretty exaggerated. So like about, southern, what else? Because the way we pronounce it, it's almost like there's an E at the very beginning. So out, out, but we say it very fast. In some dialects, for example, in the States, that's not something that they use or utilize, and so when they often hear it, they hear it genuinely as something else because it's a sound that they don't use in their dialect. There's a very fascinating, detail in linguistics that you can find if you search up "Why do Americans hear boot?" Because that is most certainly not what we pronounce. But yeah, if there are certain sounds in your language that you just do not use, you end up utilizing what is the closest sounding that you register. So, for example, it's why Japanese people have a hard time with the letter V, because their language does not contain V. It is absolutely absent from their language and instead gets replaced with the letter B, because the way that it sounds, the way that it's pronounced, it's very we wouldn't think of it, but it's actually relatively interchangeable. And certain cultures throughout history have made use of that inability to recognize a sound, and so we'll use it as tests in greetings. I believe that there was a culture in Africa where their dialect and the neighboring nation's dialect, they spoke the same language, but there was one sound that the other one just could not register or pronounce, and when they heard it as the way that they pronounce it. And so their greeting that this one of the two nations developed was as a way of identifying, are you from my country or are you from the neighboring country? Because the accents were close enough, right? Yeah, that's fantastic. That's a great example there, Valley. Calm, palm, yep. No, that is those are some great examples. But I think, where was it? For anyone who watches Matt Colville and is a big dungeon master, big into D&D, he made a whole video about it, because he had a coworker. I could have the state wrong. I think he said the coworker was from South Carolina. I could be wrong. It was a southern state. I don't know I know the accent. I don't know where it's registered to. But basically, they were having a conversation, and this individual could not register the difference between pen, P-E-N, and pin, P-I-N. And so at the end of their meeting,
they walked out and they said, "Hey, so when you were asking, or when you were mentioning the pin, were you saying a pin like a lapel or like a riding pin?" And everyone that was there was like, "Excuse me, like, did you not? Can you not tell the difference between pen and pin?" And the person replied, "Don't be silly. You're saying the same word twice." And so it's just a fascinating case of how our, not just our languages, but how our brain and our ears correlate between those two subjects, right? Balm, BALM, like a lip balm. That's another one. So you know what? I totally take back my case. There are plenty of words with silent L's. Thank you for making that case there, Jeremy. Oh, whoops, sorry. I mean, you have your name on your Instagram, so I hope I didn't screw up too badly there. My apologies. Oh goodness, the Laurel and Yanny one. Yep. There was another one I saw that was on TikTok that was crazy. Bombing salmon is the bomb. Yeah, I heard you say bomb, not bomb. What do you mean? Hold on, do you guys actually pronounce bomb and bomb differently? Like, do you guys pronounce the L in like a lip balm? See, this is fascinating stuff right here. Brainstorming green needle. Yeah, there was one that they played a sound, and depending on which word you were thinking of, that was the word that you heard. I'm very fascinated because Mellow Miniatures is making it sound like lip balm is pronounced differently than bomb. And I mean, there is a slight L, I guess, when you say lip balm, but most of the time over here, we just say lip balm. They don't really bother with the L because it's so silent in the first place. Genuinely hear you say the same word. Yeah, because we pronounce it the same over here. So, like, do you call it balm? Because over here, the L is more or less silent on that word.
What?
Balm, like lip balm.
Lip balm.
Oh, do you pronounce the L too?
I mean, if you don't pronounce the L, it'd just be B-A-M.
Yeah.
And B-A-M is not.
Well, that's BAM.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, palm has a silent L too.
Yeah.
But you say palm. You don't say palm. Calm.
Calm. It's
Okay,
like,
but you're a linguistic. You actually.
It's almost gluttural.
Yeah, it's almost, but I mean,
There.
but most people just say calm, bomb.
Calm? Yeah, there's the L.
I don't pronounce the L in calm.
You're doing it without realizing you're doing it.
Okay, but you're an actual linguist, though.
Okay, you continue your conversation. I will get back to you very
Yeah, so I live with an actual person with a linguistics degree. So, as she was explaining, the L in... So when I say calm and bomb, she's able to hear it, whether I'm registering it or not. But she's a literal language expert. So anything that she says, I just refer to. And I said, and I got her a laugh. So yeah, so what she's saying is the L is super guttural and like back of mouth. So like but I can't tell. I mean, she's the expert. I just refer to her. I should just have her on the mic. She can have the design.
I will say
Yeah.
that the about thing
Uh-huh.
is what is referred to as Canadian raising. So you could just wiki that.
Okay, Canadian raising. So if anyone's curious about why and how we say about, and why Americans hear us say aboot, the term is called Canadian raising. And so there's an entire Wikipedia article on Canadian raising and how we say things differently. I do know, fun fact, that, and you know what, I feel like I'm gonna get corrected here, but on paperwork I have seen Canadian English referred to as its own language, but I think that has more to do with our spelling, because I'm getting a look, because we don't use direct British English in our typing.
No. So there is like a Canadian English. It has to do a lot with the way English in Canada developed and how it sort of meld different things into it, like the local culture. So like in BC we have a lot of borrowed terms
From the Haida?
yeah. So like what is it? The wind, I can't remember all the terms, but
Like a
there are
breeze?
things that there's a certain word that you use to describe like wind over the mountains or like I can't remember it. It's been
Okay.
a while, but yeah, it's strictly just something that is found here.
Oh.
So there's a lot of terms they use. You just don't realize that it's very specific to an area.
I wonder what that is. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. There's a lot of ooh. Yeah, no. Hey, it could be worse. Bunny hug is actually not something we use in British Columbia. That is mostly just in the prairies. But it is a fun English word, a Canadian English word. I only learned about bunny hug when I was looking up Canadianisms for Saskatchewan. Yeah. Nice to see you. It could be worse. Canadian raisins. So Wisconsin is super Scandinavian. What? Do you mean Scandinavian? Almost more Bostonian. She's an expert in her field. She is an expert in her field. She's an absolute expert in her field, and I'll be talking about something, and I will get learned, and it'll be good.
Wait, what? You're talking...
Spiky Kina said you are an expert in your field.
I am not. I just did my degree in that.
She said, in case you couldn't hear, she said she is not an expert in her field. She just has her degree. Yeah. A bunny hug is a hoodie. I believe it's specifically a hoodie, because I don't think a sweater constitutes as a bunny hug, does it? I don't live in Saskatchewan. I'm not an authority on that. She is an expert to you. The biologist says you're an expert. You must accept it. Actually, now that I think about it, Valley, in that interview I saw that there was a list of Valley Dweller terms. So I'm curious, was that actually there all the time, or was that something that was made and put up for that video? I also have a degree in psychology, not too separated from languages either. That is very true. Language has a huge thing to do with that. One of the things with New Zealand, for me, is like English is almost more phonetic with vowels. Yeah. No, that's very on point. Yeah, the vowels are less blended in with one another. You'd think that jumpers would help you bounce higher. Yeah, the Warhammer thing. Jeremy's was a thing, and it was a buzzword dialect terminology primer. Oh, jeez. I don't know. I mean, like, I've hung out with you in your streams plenty of times. I've never needed anything express, unless this is just something that you do when you're at work. You need trainers to bounce higher. Trainers? Well, that's like okay. So we want to talk about weird words that exist within languages. Let's talk about Australians. They've got weird stuff going on. Do you know what a bubbler is? It is not what you would think it is. A bubbler is a water fountain, because it makes bubbly noises. Like the blub 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 blub. It has nothing to do with actual bubbles. It is the phonetic sound that they're hearing out of it. Oh, did they call them bubblers in Wisconsin? A water fountain? No, we don't call it. We just call it a water fountain, or the fountain. It bubbles up. That's so strange to me. I do not think it should be called a bubbler. It's so weird to me. I mean, like, I agree with you guys. Like, the it can be made into something that's logical. It just, to me, it's very, like, weird. Yeah, from my understanding, is it's something that originally comes from Australia. Australian English. Sounds like a water fountain that spews out carbonated water. See, that's what I think it could be worse. That is what I think. It sounds like... So I was like, is it a pop fountain? And apparently, if I could recall correctly, I think they've got a specific word for pop, like soda fountains. I say soda, but grew up with pop. Okay, so you haven't grown up with the word pop. Okay, yeah. So there's a lot of weird things with the States and what a carbonated soft drink is called. Because as an overall blanket, it's soda. Some states call it pop, like, and this is part of the reason why I call Minnesota Little Canada, because they call it pop in Minnesota, and then some states call it everything a Coke. I think it's I want to say it's in Georgia because that's where Coca-Cola came from. And then, and there's another state that just calls them Sprites. I don't remember which one that is. So if you grew up saying pop, am I correct in saying, Jeremy, that you grew up in Minnesota? Say soft drinks usually. The initiated ones call it pop or soda. I never heard Sprite used generally. Yeah. Where was it? There was a really cool thing I saw once. I think it was a map of all the different states, and it said what they call a pop. No, Illinois. But pop was more M-O. Ooh. Is M-O Minnesota? I'm sorry, I don't know all the states by their 2-letter acronyms. Oh yeah, no, I know it's not Illinois. Missouri. Okay, cool. Yeah. No, Illinois is definitely one that could, I think, be easily misconstrued for the pronunciation. Let's see here. I love talking about language, so I'm having a lot of fun with this conversation. Because I think you can learn a lot about people and their culture just by the way the language is developed and evolves. But yes, thank you for telling me MO is Missouri. I would not have known that right off the bat. I do love Minnesotans, though. I will say, I genuinely love, like, as soon as I hear that Minnesotan accent, I get very, like, ooh, you're from Minnesota. You're from Little Canada. So I used to work at Lululemon in the IT department. And whenever the Minnesota place would call in, you know, I would have some fun with them, and I'm like, oh, you're from Minnesota. And they're like, he's making fun of our accent. And I'm like, no, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I adore your accent. And I was like, okay, so I have to ask, because, like, Minnesota, being right connected to Ontario, they have a lot of similarities. For example, if you ever see a show or movie that takes place in Minnesota, guaranteed you're going to see kids playing street hockey at some point in the movie. Like, just they love hockey. They're good at it because they live in a cold, frigid place, right? If you're from Illinois, but geographically close to St. Louis. Cool stuff. But yeah, whenever I would talk with them, I was like, so do you like I would basically, like, how far does this Canadian association go? Like, so favorite sport, and they're like hockey, and I was like, cool. Do you have poutine? Or to them, I would say, do you have poutine? And all of them I've talked to had an experienced poutine, which is already more than most Americans. Like, most Americans don't even know what poutine is. Right, so, but I was like, you have poutine? And they're like, no, but we don't have it here. But my husband's Canadian. Oh, you're off? Alright, you have a good one, Spiky Kina. Nice seeing you. See you around. I don't know if I already mentioned, but over here we call it pop. Just everything's pop. If it's carbonated. Cheese curds. Oh, you've got cheese curds. Well, you've already got the hardest to get ingredient for having a poutine. It's not easy to get poutine or cheese curds. But poutine for you is like after 30. Before that, you hadn't had any. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like it's a very, very distinctly French Canadian thing. Were you visiting Canada? Is that when you got to have your first poutine? And for anyone who's wondering, I do try to pronounce poutine the Quebecois way, but most people, if you just say poutine, they know what you're talking about. So, for anyone who doesn't want to practice sounding French, there's one in Berkeley, might have had it, but mostly Vancouver. Oh, that's right. Actually, holy heck, I'm just, things are just cluing into me now. Were you? I can't remember which one it is. They both begin with R. Were you visiting the Relic office or were you visiting the Radical office? I can't remember, but one of those is the two. One of those two companies is the one that makes all the Warhammer games. Avocado and Warlander are def audibly Canadian. Oh, you were visiting the EA Sports office. Cool. Yeah, no. I know these things because I've applied for jobs at all of them. Out of college, I was trying to get a job at all those places twice, and then a university for another. Relic was Dawn of War. There we go. I know poutine, but over here there's another abomination. Oh, yes. Mikey has explained to me what was it? It was a nacho thing, right? Cheese on your chips or your gravy, but never both. Oh yeah, you're saying that poutine is gravy and fries is delicious. What was he saying? It was like a type of nacho. I can't remember. Mikey, if you're still here, you can speak up on that. I do not remember what it was that you were describing to me. You're talking about something that most people have after a night at the pub when they're walking home. Nachos are cheese on crisps. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. He's gonna call them crisps. I can't mix up chips when I'm talking. Thank you there, Valley. Well, that's cool. You know, maybe post-pandemic, Valley. You'll have to let me know next time you're in Vancouver. And is avocado Canadian? I keep forgetting. I think I knew that, though. You're just gonna keep pretending that you're British. I don't know, man. I don't know how long you've lived in California, but you audibly sound Californian. Bless you. Who else were you saying that was audibly Canadian? Who was that? It was avocado and was it Warlander? No. Warlander, yeah. A nacho is a tortilla chip. A crisp is a potato chip. So wait, hold on. Do you guys not call tortilla chips crisps? Are crisps specifically potato exclusive? This is fascinating. My Canadian growing up was Bob and Doug McKenzie. I'm just trying to remember. Because you're referring to Kids in the Hall. I'm pretty sure you're referring to Kids in the Hall, at least. I think is it Bob? One of the two Mackenzies. He plays Glenn on Superstore, doesn't he? SCTV. My apologies. I'm pretty sure one of them was in Kids in the Hall. I'll have to take a double check. I swear one of them was in one of the Mackenzies was in Kids in the Hall. I will take a look in just a second, though. In just a second. So there's a lot of Canadian actors that got big on Kids in the Hall, though. Crisps are specifically vegetables. Corn is a vegetable. Oh, no, you're right. Corn is a grain. Corn is a grain. Silly me. Okay. I swear Doug McKenzie was in Kids in the Hall. Let's take a look at this. Doug McKenzie. Oh, this is a different Mackenzie altogether. That's why. I'm just crazy. I'm crazy from all these Space Marines. Gosh darn Space Marines. We don't really have wheat crisps, but yeah. I was classing corn as a vegetable. I do believe corn is a grain. I could be wrong. I don't know. Honestly, my brain is just like mashed potatoes. I don't know anything and should not be taken for accountability on anything. That's what happens when you got mashed potato brains. It's funny to hear Avo and Warlander say, I was thinking the same thing. And what? No, yeah. What? Why do they say hey? I was thinking the same thing, eh? Yeah, no. Frauds. Frauds. I mean, like, I will say that a lot of Canadians are sometimes a little self-conscious about saying a too much. Because the very next thing that happens is Americans will riff on us. I don't mind so much. I mean, like, I'm pretty candid about A. They both do it. And they're Northwesterners. So, A is a Swiss Army knife, right? We'll say it as a way of confirming. Oh my god, is this like the first guy I did? I don't know what I've done. I look down and now I look up and like I don't know what's going on anymore. It'll be like confirmation. It'll be a way of starting a sentence. Like, hey. Like, we abuse it. But yeah, no, I don't know whereabouts they're from. I do think Warlander is much more north than I am. I believe he's closer to the realms of Berserker Works and JT. So I don't believe they're on the coast. I know. I can't say that I know most because that'd be a gross over-exaggeration and assumption on my part. But I know a good chunk of who the streamers or the mini painting streamers in the coast are. Typing AO to start sentences recently. I wish it was just, which I just assume is like, hey yo, hey yo. Yeah. Ayo. All right, cool. So I've done a bunch of stuff on those dudes. And I don't want to jump back into the red yet. My belief was that it was kind of Spanish, as in double L is a Y. I believe Italians do that too. Like Vallejo. Because Vallejo is Italian, I want to say. I would like to say that they are Italian. I could be wrong. Maybe I should just use black for that. That's fair. Some of the super thick accent can say hello as AO. Oh yeah, no, that's true. I do believe it's like a hey yo, but it just shortened because, like, why would I want to say hey yo? Second thought.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay, cool. Vallejo or Spanish? I was unaware of that. See, look at that. See, I'm learning things all the time. Yeah, made in Spain. Yeah. I got bottles right next to me. I wasn't even reading them. Lazy me. Isn't there one company, one paint company that's located in Italy? Do you guys know who that might be that I was getting confused with? Just lost and confused all the time. That's definitely one thing that really got short end of the stick is miniature hobbying with Brexit, because the EU is getting delays when trying to receive Games Workshop figures and the like, and then people in the UK are getting the short end of the stick if they're trying to get anything like Army Painter, Vallejo, or like any of the endless miniature companies that are EU based, like Hardcore Minis, or who else? I've been looking at a lot of Russian companies lately. Blood Carrot Knights, they're located in Russia. Who else? There's a lot of good stuff in the Ukraine and Poland as well. Some GW stuff is produced in the US, but so much of it is still imported. Yep. Exactly. I don't know if they have an easier time shipping things from facility to facility. That's true. I mean, but like in the US, like US and Canada were not really impacted by the by Brexit, just given that like our trade routes were never EU based, or at least Canada's wasn't, right? Because we're what do you call it? We're Commonwealth, so like we still get all the benefits of being associated with the UK. Similar with Australia. Hey, nice to see you, Norgathrond. Only ever bought Battle Tomes from Games Workshop. Everything else is eBay. For me, it's faster. Cool stuff. Yeah, no, I'm located here in Canada. So when Brexit happened, I mean, it was super unfortunate, but it didn't impact us whatsoever. Where it was super easy there before, and now it's not. Yeah, and the UK things got really. UK and EU, man, that vote never should have happened. But you know, it's unfortunate. Lessons learned, I guess. I think the worst part is just there was a lot of misinformation that was getting passed about, and that really hurt them. No, I mean, you might not feel it from the inside, but so one of the community members, Lucky Loki, he's EU based, and it takes just weeks for some of the stores, like the hobby shops, to get anything from the UK, from Games Workshop right now, because the post is all basically mucked up. Unfortunate. I was seeing tweets from some companies that are like, 2 months later, we finally got a box of anything from Games Workshop. And like, it's not on Games Workshop's fault, right? It's just the fact that like they're having to handle something that they didn't deal with before. Just a big old shame. Most minis come from the UK. Yes and no. It depends a lot. It depends on which minis we're referring to, right? Like the big names like Dark Sword, Games Workshop. Like, yeah, those are all UK. Mantic Games, they're UK. But there's a lot that are outside, which is actually why I try to put little flags next to the names in the spreadsheet now. What is that? I think Hassle Free Miniatures is also UK, I think. Yes. Oh yeah, most of the ones that you're getting, absolutely. I went searching for one of my new favorite brands of beer the other day. Was disappointed that I did not get the one that I was looking for, which is a Canadian brew, actually. It's from a company called Bad Tattoo. Their stuff I have just fallen in love with. It is so good. Anyone enjoys beers, obviously please be of your local drinking age. nice tasty beverage. We always ordered stuff from the UK. The delivery time is much longer, and we now have to pay a small handling fee. Not much, but extra paperwork makes deliveries way slower now. Yep. No, it's rough stuff, right? Like, and it's impacting just thousands of people. Except for people in the Commonwealth, we're largely unaffected. So all I have is sympathies. All I can do is try to understand and say that I'm sorry to hear that. By the way, I'd like to say I'm sorry for all the veterans. The white on them is probably hard on the camera. Alright, so now I've done that. Now I guess I can start doing that. Try and make these guns pop. And hope my paint is not too thin. See if oof, no, that was way too thin. Let's try that again. There we go. Is that noticeable at all? Not terribly. Just try to get a little bit of edge on here, just to make it look a little bit more interesting. I think if I'm going to do that, I need to go with the brighter one. Will you drill holes into the guns? I'm not a big fan on doing that. I mean, it depends. So for my opinion, this not necessary. However, for something big like this, yeah, I drilled holes into this. Did I do a great job? Probably not, but it's definitely better than the two little things there. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Mello. I just worry about how the glare on the camera is sometimes. Yeah. This is the Dreadnought from Blackreach. Half of the Space Marines that you're seeing are from Assault on Blackreach. So here, my favorite Warhammer 40k model. Ooh, I like this one. So let's see if I can go here. So if I go like this. So I was working on this one a fair bit last stream. So I've been working on like weathering on the panels, just trying to come up with areas where the scratches would make sense. So like with this here, like with how the arm's able to go up and down, try to make it where high movement areas where metal on metal would just rip and tear the paint right off. Obviously the feet areas would be heavily worn. I'm going to take some different washes. Oh, I'm totally out of focus there. There we go. So try to get that there. And magnetized. Heck yeah, magnetized. Because I want to get some other dreadnoughts. So I want to be able to just swap this out, right? And when I'm doing that, it's really cool because he can dance. And he's like, ah, yeah, oof, oof, dancing. But yeah, I thought that. I mean, I don't even think that's the coolest part. If you like that, there, let me show you this. So see if I can get that there. don't know if it's too bright to be able to notice, but all of these have fluorescent green paint in them. So I've got a UV light right here, right? So I mean, it's already pretty bright, but then if I do that, like it's really glowy. But not only that, all of the lenses have that. So I gotta try and like do it in a way that it's not too bright. Oh, she's awake. Hi, Zelda. Is she calm? My anxiety cat has awoken, and I just need to see if she's calm. Hi, Ganon. Yeah, you're fine. Hi, Zelda. You okay? She's not doing anything. I just need to make sure she doesn't hurt herself. So my attention is a little divided right now. Here, give me 1 second, guys. I like that there, Norgathrond. Here, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, I'm back. The anxiety cat has been calmed. And yes, I do agree. The black light will only show the destruction of the battle. My apologies for my chewing. I hope that's not loud. I'm gonna mute whenever I'm chewing. There we go. Gotta keep the blood sugar up. Alrighty. Back to Space Marines. You know what? I'm a little tired of doing that stuff, but you know what? I'll keep that up. I'll keep going. Gotta keep going. Space Marine. Damn it. You called me out on that. Thank you. Sorry about that. We have music, but not you. Nope, I'm here now. I'm here. I'll wait for the delay to catch up. Yeah, I was saying done rotation on cat duty. I was saying having a pet with anxiety is a big chore. Hey, there we go. Hey. Well, you need to get your stuff listed on the box, and I will then be able to be a bit better and ship that off for you. But I do look forward to it. I look forward to the collaboration. It's going to be really exciting. That's actually already pretty cool and creepy. Da 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 da. Let's see here. Oh, sounds like Zelda's being cute. She's getting some playtime. That's good. I think that's what I hear. So I don't know if I'm in the minority on this, but one thing that always drives me nuts is that like captains, lieutenants, like all the minis that work as like a high-ranking person, they've always got their helmets off. And that's ridiculous. Like, just for safety reasons, like that is one stray bullet, like, to your character's grave. But second, I don't like painting them. I find them less exciting. Like, you've got all these like cool looking helmets, and then just like dude with no helmet. Like, I at least like that this guy's got like a face mask. Like, I think that looks a little cooler. I am ridiculous. I'm totally ridiculous. Thank you. I don't know. I think what it is like, for me, if I'm gonna paint Space Marines, and you know, I think having the diversity of the models is a big plus. And specifically with the Khorne Berserkers and the Chaos Terminators, they have an excessive number of heads, so they have more than what the minimum requirement would be. And so I appreciate that, because that means, should I choose that I do not want to have unhelmeted guys, like, I have that option. So I really appreciate. and thank you, Valley. Thank you. Oh no, I know Valley's just being redonk, and I appreciate Valley's redonk. Come on, get out of here. Whatever. I want to talk about like old paints. This is one of the first bottles of paint that I had ever gotten. That was not a Games Workshop bottle. It's so old that you can see that they had like the different thing. The different thing. That's super descriptive. That. This one. There we go. Oh, this guy looks so terrible. I have not done well on him. So one thing I want to do, and I think this would be a lot of effort, and I don't know how many people would come to watch, but I really want to buy like a box of like just like plain old regular Space Marines, and then paint them all the Pride colors. Like, each one is like a totally different palette, and maybe has like the Pride flag that they're representing on what do you call it, their shoulder pads. I think that could be fun. Just something fun to do. Probably upset some neckbeard, but you know, I think that's part of the fun too. Someone will scream, "No female Space Marines." I get a little bit of a kick out of that every time that happens. I'm a little bit of a disturber of the peace. This guy's so pale and gross. I like immediately regret using the color on him that I'm using. Just immediately. Oh, whatever. That's fine. He's all like, I'm gross looking. Probably help if his like chin didn't look like that. What is? Let's take a blue. Let's grab a blue. I'll grab this. I'll grab this ultramarine highlight. Color and all. Dab. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That. We'll go here. Keep going. Keep going. And no. Keep going. That's way too much blue. Keep going. Oh my gosh. There we go. That's not terrible. But whatever, it's fine. I don't know. I mean, like, I want them to look nice, but like, I'm not gonna cry about them. I think that's just the thing. Like these Space Marines I've got here, I have such little love for them. Like, truthfully, I am painting these because they are unpainted. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Like, I'm trying, but at the same time, like, the amount of effort I'm putting in is not my usual amount of effort. But the fact that I'm even, like, attempting that much effort at all is, like, making them take way longer. Look at that, this guy's got a beard now. And then let's give all of them beards. Because, like, what it looks most apparent on this one that, like he's got a beard, is what I'm doing. So how did I do that? How did I give him a beard? I took skin color and I put blue in it. If you're not familiar with that process, there is, you can look it up usually by going color zones of the face. And so what you'll find is that there are 3 colors that appear more prominently on the face than you might anticipate. One of which is blue. So, I hear Scratchy Kitty. I hear Scratchy freaking out Kitty. I'm gonna try and delegate. But yeah, there's yellow, there's red, and there's blue. So yellow gets most used often. Where's my other skin tone? Did I put it away? I put it away. No, I do not. There is no Rackhearth Earthshade or anything here. I don't use Games Workshop paints often. Yeah, Asterix. I couldn't tell you what Racklin Fleshshade looks like. I've got Army Paint or Tanned Flesh. I got Viejo Dwarf Skin. I feel like there was another one I grabbed. I know that there's another one I grabbed. What was the other one I grabbed? Nope, no, there wasn't another one. But I don't know what the equivalents of these would be. Maybe that flush shade would be one. I really don't have an answer, unfortunately. So I apologize. Got this like lieutenant dude. Sorry, I guess you guys would call him a lieutenant. But I am from a who's it? I used the word earlier. Colony is not the word. I mean, former colony. Goodness gracious. Commonwealth, that's it. And we call lieutenants lieutenants. Flesh shade is something you put over top. I see. Cool. I got flesh wash. I have flesh washes. But actually, so for those who might be new in my stream, I've definitely used washes on these Space Marines, but I actually, more often than not, will opt out of using washes. And that's because I don't start my painting with midtones. I start my painting with dark tones and then I work my way up. And that on its own already creates the effect of what a wash would do. Nothing against the method of starting with midtones, wash, re-highlight with midtones, use a highlight, and then final highlight. And nothing wrong with that system. It's just not how I paint. Which is why you see his face was this reddish brown beforehand. Okay, I have to take a look at what the cat's doing. This was from. I know. And is your shoulder okay? I'm trying to Okay, gonna try and deal with anxiety, cat. I will be right back.
I'm so sorry.
Perfect, I am back. There we go. I hate it when someone on the internet is wrong is triggered. Oh, when my someone on the internet is wrong triggered. Happens all the time. Yeah. No, I definitely get that feeling sometimes, and it's hard to fight back on it sometimes. You know, keep it in line. Like, I just want to get along with everybody, but at the same time, like, I don't know what it is about like being passionate about something that just sometimes just brings the worst out of some people, right? And like I say this like acknowledging that that's I'm referring to myself, right? Like, I don't know why being a nerd just makes me awful sometimes. I don't know. I mean, I will say that I think that in terms of the hobby, their pricing points don't make sense. You know, like the idea that you can get 10 dudes for $50, so like $5 a pop, or you can get 5 dudes who are all the same size, the same amount of plastic for $50, right? Like, so like I think that there's like, I don't think that some of the all the products are strangely priced, but I definitely do see it, right? Because like for me, I think what's important is that the hobby is accessible. I don't think GW is evil. I just think that they could probably do better on their price points. But that being said, like, they had products like the Start Collecting Chaos Marines. A lot of the Start Collecting boxes were just phenomenal deals. They were really, really good. I'm very happy with them, you know? And I think that, yeah, I think that having, you know, high-end products is totally fine. Like, you can have your exquisite edition of, you know, something that is for the people who have more expendable income, right? Like, for example, they've got all their Horus Heresy lore and stuff. If they released named characters who were just different sculpts but have the same rules apply to them as like a basic lieutenant, I think that would make a lot of sense. And then just like charge more for it because it's a named character. Like, I think that would, like, you see stuff like that, like Magic the Gathering, for example, Wizards of the Coast. They're great at that. They'll have the regular cards, which some of them are going to be exorbitant amounts of money due to the market. But then they'll have alternate art cards, or like borderless cards, or foil cards, like ones that come out that are higher prices, noticeably higher prices. And it'll... No one complains about those. Bad hair day, Horus. Exactly. Yeah. Right? So... I think if they made more use of that, like, I think directly, specifically, that GW makes some good stuff. I do not think that they know their market. I will make a bold statement. I don't think that they have an understanding of what their market is. Or at least not as well of a grasp of their market as they could have. I think that would be the best way to put it. I don't think that it's a lack of understanding as it is that they could be doing better. You know? And like, I think it's fine to be critical as long as it's like reasonable. Oh, 100%. 100%. I'm in full agreement with that, Jeremy. I left the hobby around 6th edition because of stuff like that. When they went on like a crusade saying, you know, no one who sells our product is allowed to undercut us. No one who sells our product is allowed to sell our product online. Like, dude, what is this? What are you doing? It was when they did that, I left. I was like, you guys are tyrannical. And I am going. Goodbye. No more money for you. But they've fixed that. They've undone all those decisions that they made back then. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. I just think that it's important to have, like, how do I put it? I don't necessarily think that everything has to be at a purchasable level for everyone, but I do think that for all of the types of gameplay that they want to have, that needs to be accessible to everyone. So, for example, not everything in Kill Team has to be at a everybody price point, but Kill Team as a whole should be accessible to everybody price point wise. And I think that when you have, for example, when you're setting, and this is one thing that still bugs me a lot, is the price point of making, like pricing things by their power level in game. It makes no sense. It is. I know that this is a game in the end of the day, but it's not like, Chaos Space Marine support costs them more money than just a box of Chaos Space Marines. I would love it if they put away their practice of charging by power, by in-game power. Like, I think that is not a great practice. And realistically, like... Oh, yeah, no. Not everything needs to be like that. There was one that I was looking at with earlier. I was in the Discord with. It wasn't the battle squad, like battle fleet. I can't remember what it was. But there was a Tyranid box that came out. This was quite a while back, and the box was like $300 something, $350, and it came with 2 Carnifexes and a Hive Tyrant, and those are great models. I love all of those. So that's like $150 worth of product right there. But then everything else was like a squad of Gargoyles, a squad of Termagants, a squad of Hormagaunts, and 8 Gene Stealers. Not bad. But all of them, like when you added up the box together, it was no different than purchasing all of the products individually. Maybe. It might be. Let's see here. And you can't say you're still going to have to buy 4 more books to be able to play is invalid, because that's a... Yeah. I mean, there's nothing stopping people from playing their old edition of the game. There's absolutely nothing except for that is the edition that gets played at the store. If you are only able to play at the store, it makes a bit more sense. But yeah, I'm in full agreement on that. Like, you and your buddies can play the edition that you loved. It's the exact same thing with like Dungeons and Dragons. A new box set of or a new edition of Dungeons and Dragons coming out doesn't mean that you and your group no longer are allowed to play 3rd edition. Like, that's just the rule set that you guys are choosing to abide by. Yeah, exactly, right? Like that was what you would expect. But the box was $350. And like, as an ex-Tyranid player, right? Like, Carnifex is awesome. Gene Stealers, 8. Wish there was 10, but 8, sure. And I think it was an out of print box. I think it's one that they used to have closer to like 5th or 6th edition. Because I would have imagined it would have included some of the newer models or something like that. But yeah, it was just like It could be, yeah. No, I mean, my guess is, given the models that were in it, this was not something that was a product of 8th or even 7th edition. Screw 5th edition GW. Yeah, no, it was a nightmare, man. Like, and the thing is, like, I'm only coming back into being more open to current GW because of what happened with 5th edition GW. So, like, because remember, you were talking about earlier, we were talking about mini wargaming. It was in 2013, I think, that literally, because like the first Tyranids I all bought were from mini wargaming. That's where I got that. But then when they went and made a bunch of changes or whatever, it was those changes that they made saying that, like, no online shops, no this, no that. That was why Mini Wargaming closed their web store. Right? Like that, and obviously, like if it took down a larger company, you know that put a bullet into a bunch of small local game stores, right? So all the bitterness I used to have came from that. So I'm trying to get past a lot of it. I'm trying to move past it. Yeah, there's a lot of old hurt feelings there. Man, this guy looks awful. This one looks nice. I like this guy. This guy, he's got a bit of a lumpy potato head, but not terrible. Give him some more flush lips. How about you? Oh, you are horrendous. Nothing's gonna fix this guy. And give you some lip balm. Have some lip balm. Oh man, your sculpt is so ugly. Oh goodness gracious. Okay, can I fix up anything here? Let's try and like this brow. This brow, man. But yeah, no. I bet he looks great from a meter away. and that's all I'm supposed to look at, right? I can't help. I'm painting him right now. I'm looking at him like, oh, you are ugly. I'm all about positivity, but oof, fella, you were the exception. No. Yeah, maybe if I give them some eyebrows, maybe that'll help. That is too bright. I need a much darker one so that it contrasts against the skin better. There we go. I'll just go with this oak brown. But yeah, no. I don't know if I had the conversation with you before. I've had the conversation before with a few people of like when I started streaming. You know, coming back to, oh my goodness, you were gushing like a volcano. Cut it out. No. Cut the gushing. No gushing. There we go. About why I had like some pretty strong opinions that were pretty negative of Games Workshop. That was the history as to why that was, you know. Because I got into the hobby, and then a year later, the source that I was going to for the hobby had to close down their doors. This model just keeps getting uglier. Good sir, I would like to request you put on your helmet. You are hideous. Alright, let's see if I can darken it up just with a little bit of black pigment. There we go, that looks much better. Where is your eyebrow? Oh no. Oh no. Nope. Alright, how about you? Do you look okay? Whoa, what? Was this guy never glued together? Huh. I don't remember that. Alright, the Mad Max looking guy is not so bad. There we go. And you, there's no one's ever gonna see your eyebrow unless they pick you up. Let's see here. For the photography. Alright. So that's done. I wonder, can I call those guys up there done? Are you guys done? You ones might not be, but you ones... I think I'll just do a little bit of dark wash and then I'll call those guys done. Where's dark wash? Purple wash, strong tone. That's a dark tone. There we go. Try to finish this dark tone up. Hello, kitty. Wash to hide any of the stuff that went inside crevices it's not supposed to. Nice. Yeah, Jeremy, you were mentioning that, I did it again. Valley Dweller. You're mentioning everyone hates 5th edition GW. I hate it when stuff gets in my crevices. That could be many things. Be mature, Chris, be mature. You're saying everyone hates 5th edition GW. Was it for like the stuff I was talking about, or was it for like just edition was not very fun to play? I don't know. Everyone was mad. Yeah, that's fair. I accept. No, it's all good. It's all good. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. If I was a viewer in another stream, I would have gone right for it. Yeah. Mellow Minis is only family friendly inside of Mellow Mini's own stream. If you ever catch me in other people's streams, different story. Which maybe, like, should I, like, open up a second account just for, like, the purposes of viewing? Maybe? I don't know. Sounds like work. Poor K. I think everyone's still mad, but it's the Independent Characters podcast who are my happy place. Yeah, no, K gets some of the worst of me. But that's only because, like, I've checked in with her and be like, hey, if I ever overstep my boundaries, like am I? She's like, no, it's all good. I'm like, okay, cool. I could paint the grenades, but I don't want to paint the grenades. Big tournaments, but I'm not tryhard. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I just want to play the game for fun. Like, I have no interest in tournament play. And that goes for, like, anything that I do as a hobby. Like, I play my games to have fun. Exclusively. That's just all there is to it. I don't. If I ever play with a person and they're like, oh, and like they get like genuinely upset, like I'm just like, oh nope, I'm going away now. Yeah, no, exactly. Like so in terms of like the models that I'm like painting and stuff, like these, first of all, these are just the models I already have. Second of all, like, you're not gonna see me go and get like a bajillion of anything because it's powerful. Like in Grimdark Future, the game, one-page rules, I might get a bunch of dwarf bikers, but not because the dwarf bikers are good, because there's this one company that makes dwarf bikers and they're all different looking, and I want to paint all of them because they look cool. Oh, I just got the notification from my headset. Care less, paint more. Yeah, I like painting. I like painting. I like playing, provided that the game I'm playing isn't like super crunchy peanut butter, which is why I'm gonna be playing Grimdark Future and not Warhammer 40k, because it's more like have fun, less crunch. I was playing through it, and I was not playing through it. I was looking through the rules, and I came to the realization not a single thing in Grimdark Future uses a template. And I was like, yes, I couldn't stand the templates. Like, I had only just realized that. I despised templates. Like, oh, time to pull out this weapon. Go grab a template. Do they still use templates in like 8th and 9th edition? I couldn't stand that stuff. That's what I like about Apocalypse. There's no, I spent every single point squeezing value into my army. I like Apocalypse because Apocalypse is just like, let's get the biggest armies we can and just smash. Like, for myself, the less micromanaging I have to do, the more fun I'm going to have playing the game. So, I did not enjoy playing 5th edition Warhammer. There were times I had fun, but like if you were to like be like, "Hey, Chris, do you want to play 5th edition Warhammer?" I'd be like, "No, no, thanks. I'll play. Let's play something similar, but not." I'm gonna close this. You know what? I'm just gonna move all these guys over here, and I'm gonna base these dudes because again, I just want to call them done. I just want to call them done. Like all these other guys, like if I do this, so I remove all these dudes. These guys still have lots of work to do. It's going to take me another, like, however many hours. But these guys, just fucking... Oh, I swore. I'm sorry. You can tell that I'm, like, annoyed by these miniatures. These guys, I'm just gonna base all of them. So, and then I'll be like, these ones are finished. Yes. Alright, cool. Yeah, yeah, if you were to ask me, like, what is... Maybe not the best, because best is subjective. That's a word involving subjects. But what is my favorite edition of Dungeons & Dragons? Because I've played 3rd, I've played 2nd Advanced, and I've played 5th. Hands down, 5th is my favorite to play. It's more narrative, less numbers, less plus this, minus this. Dex save is combination of however many stats. I would say 5th, then 2nd Advanced, then 3rd. 3rd edition was the least amount of fun I've ever played playing D&D. So you might be asking, why am I doing this? There's a lot of dust. These models are very old. They've been sitting, just not getting painted. Oopsie, naughty word. Yep. Whoops. was half frustration, half excitement that I'm going to be calling these things finished. Because I think these guys are also like the least exciting in my eyes. Because they're all clones. They're all just clones of each other. Like, could I spend more time on these guns? Yes, absolutely. Hey, Mike Wright, nice to see you. Third got too crunchy. Yeah, no, that is exactly how I feel about third edition Dungeons and Dragons. Like, the crunch factor was unreal. I liked second edition because it felt like your attributes mattered more. And people who like the older editions, that's like OSR stuff. You're going to hear that a lot. Attributes mattered. Like everyone's attributes were, or ability scores were specific in. They had an effect that mattered. Like bend bars, lift gates, and stuff like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Dex was still the most powerful. That was a problem back then too. But and how are you doing, Mick? Right? You painting? What are you up to? That's right, I forgot. This tacky glue is far too thick. Whoa, there we go. I actually do need to have a thinner tacky glue, or PVA. Yeah. That is right. Thinner PVA. Oh man, this one's like old. You can see it's separating from the water. I think also, like, I'm starting to get hungry, so it's probably a good thing that I'm doing basing now and not painting. There we go. And with this dark grass, they don't look like they're whatchahoozits. They don't look like murder Santas. Because I'm avoiding the bright green grass because it'll make them look like they're murder rampage Santa Clauses from space. That's not really what I want. That's right. That's right. Just a little bit of a shout out here. Took a while for my brain, but make right. You also stream. We've hung out in Jared's server more than a few times. Just a little bit of a shout out for Make right there. It's a super cool guy. But yeah, in terms of like third edition and getting too crunchy, I like that. That's 100% how I feel about it. But I also understand that, like, in terms of how the game was evolving, like second edition had more rules than first edition. Advanced had more rules than basic. So like, for them to have another game come out, it felt like it had to be more than the last, right? So like, I don't blame them for third coming out. And you know what? There's still so many people that play third edition. They love it. Not my cup of tea. But you know, I have respect for them loving the edition of Dungeons and Dragons that they love. It's just, oh man, it would give me a wicked headache trying to figure out how to play it again. Man, I can't imagine that watching me base all these dudes is very exciting. My apologies for anyone who comes to my stream expecting excitement. Although I think for people who do hang out at my stream, they usually have a good idea. I've got a pretty quiet, chill stream. Usually. Sometimes I get a little worked up, but not always. So, does anyone have anything they want to talk about? Otherwise, I mean, if I'm kind of left here, I'm gonna just be quiet. Sometimes, you know, I just don't know what to talk about. I've gotten the approval recently to purchase some, what do you call them? Some of Mantic Games dwarves. Their Forge Father faction. So I'm really looking forward to getting me some space dwarves. I've got a start collecting box and a faction booster set for, I think it's like $40 each. Let's talk about what's next on my painting list. What's next on my painting list is going to be some Chaos Space Marines. So I was doing a quick test. So just trying to see like how I could get that going. Oh, let me see here. I probably need to increase the exposure. There we go. So they're going to be fun to do. And they're going to take much less time than these guys. At least that is my anticipation. But first, once I finish these guys, I want to go back to getting my Frostgrave stuff ready for my game of Frostgrave. I mean, I'm pretty close on my army. Just a few things, or my warband. Just a few things I need to take care of there. Oh, well, thank you. I mean, all I've done is... Oh. My batteries have died. Give me a second here. That's right, I was mentioning earlier that my batteries were close to their expiration. I can still hear out of one ear, though. But I'm gonna... Here, give me a sec. I'll get that off my finger there. Just dealing with glue. Sticky glue. I mean, I haven't done anything special with the Chaos Space Marine, but give me a moment and I'll show him up again as soon as I get this on and then change my headset. Switch on. Cool. So. Perfect. Okay. So, wipe off this. But yeah, no, I was a little frustrated, so I was, tired of painting red Space Marines because it feels like all I've been doing. Oh, I lost hearing music. Now it's back. Okay, strange. So yeah, so what I did was. Grab the lid first so I can put the static grass away without having to worry about static grass contamination all over my office. Because, man, that stuff will get everywhere. Perfect. Okay. So, I primed them black, obviously. No surprises there, so just pure mono black, went in with the brush and just made sure all the crevices were black as well. So this guy, you'll see right next to him. Whoop, they got magnets too, by the way. Not actually pure black. I did the same treatment on this as I did with the black as I did here, right? So you can see the highlight points, so let's get in the focus here, are the same. So that was just with these colors here. Oh, paints, I can't call them colors, they're all just black and gray, so they're shades actually. But so we've got matte black, and I've got Noir black, that is my Reaper Minis MSP core color. So this is not in production. It's very close to black, and you can actually see it's about the same color or same shade as my gloves. And then I do a mixture of that with this, which is Necromancer Cloak from Army Painter. And then I top on with just a color of that. So I really just go in with just one of the gnarliest brushes before I've done anything else. And so I would grab this guy, and then I would start off with a Noir black, and I just put it almost everywhere. And then I would go in with the mixture, and I'd put it slightly less everywhere, and then just on the peaks. And that's how I got that. There's supposed to be a little bit more transition. You can see there isn't really much transition there. But just trying to preserve some of it. And then for the gold is a combination of Glorious Gold and Scuffulous Brown. I have Chaos Dudes from the Blackstone Fortress that you still need to paint. Thank you for reminding me. They're beautiful minis. I love them. So yeah, so that's just kind of what I've been working on. Outside of this, outside of these little space jerks. But my buddy, let's see if he's home or if he's at the train yet. Me and him are going for a walk after this. Perfect. Okay, so I've got some space jerks done. Yeah, let's see. How long have I been streaming for? Yeah, I think it's just been 4 hours. Yeah, we're at 4 hours and 12 minutes. I might just call it for today. Just a little tired. But I got these guys done, which that makes me happy. So, let us... I think I'm also a bit low energy right now, just given that my cat woke me up at 6:20 a.m. Can you believe it? I was not enthusiastic about that this morning. 6:20 is far too early. I tell you, they're training wheels for children. Oh, come on, what is going on here? The hat was fitting in so perfectly before. What went wrong? Is that how I had it? I had it there and I had that there? Maybe. That might be it. haven't painted anything from that set. Ooh, exciting. Or played it. Silver Tower is still in its shrink wrap. I mean, Val, you don't have to collect and paint every single release. You could not paint them. Ooh, sacrilege. Never played a single tabletop game other than D&D, which I've only ever played with Lego and paper. That's exciting. So, Melo, how long have you been into painting for now? Have you been are you pretty new to painting then? Oh, I can free my fingers. Oh, and they're so sausagey and pink. Let's see. That's close. Maybe I could do is I could do that. Oh, there we go. And then up everything after. Perfect. It's 2 years in November. Well, that's exciting. And obviously the pandemic has put a wrench in everything. So I haven't been able to use your 2 years experience for the table yet. And that's unfortunate. Let's see here. Are those guys all, they got their thingy? Cool, they do got their thingy. Alright, so let's pull out the tray. And we'll place them down. So I got a lot of stuff I got to make room for here. So this is going to be a bit of a jumble of all sorts of things. So, what is that? Something fell. Was it a dude? Let's find out. What fell? Cannon, did you see what fell? There's a lighter. I think. Nope. Not a lighter. Hi. Hello. Hello. Cutie. Alright. Alright, cool. So, let's turn off the zoom. Let's change the exposure. Or the focus. There we go. That's right. Valley, I still need to link you the software that I use. You should call me a bad friend and tell me to get on it. And maybe I'll do something about it. So, let's get these veterans in here. Yeah, we're gonna ignore all the things that I was looking at earlier, and I was like, I could do a better job on that. And we're gonna say, yep, no, it's done. I'm just gonna throw them in and make it my problem when I pick these guys up the next time, because then I can deal with that. But today, no, we're calling them done. Ship it. Is that as in like mailing? Like I need to mail something? Because I need to mail Mellow Miniatures his package, just like how you need to mail me my package. Yeah, we're just gonna be like, yeah, these guys look nice. They're not awful, and they get to go on the tray and look nice. Play with it. If anything screams at you, put it on the back burner. Yeah, there we go. It only counts as a This should be more polished since. Yeah, no, that's how I'm gonna look at these guys. I mean, look at that. That looks lovely. And then I've got all these other things. Got a bunch of Malleus miniature rat people here. I like Malleus miniature stuff. He does some remarkable things. Yeah. Just call it done. Yeah, no, I can respect that. More Malleus miniature fantasy rat people. There's another one. I really like this one. This one's got this one screams some personality on it. So let's take a look at that there. I go in here. Like, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Hand freaking sculpted and then casted. Like, that's just gorgeous. And I love the detail here that, like, he, to help better make sure that there was no bubbles, he connected the tail and the pickaxe, or the pick. Like, the dude's great. These are a bunch of minis from Zombicide Invader that could work in like a Warhammer like game. There's a bunch of people in power armor. Someone's got like a baton. But yeah, let's see what else I got here. Let's just like make room on here. Make this like future Chris's problem to deal with. Just clear room up for all these other Warhammer dudes. I've got some gnolls for Frostgrave. So I can't remember. Here we go. So I wrote on the bottom so I remember what they are. This one's a Templar, two-handed weapon with heavy armor. Let's see. This one's a hand weapon, crossbow, heavy armor. Is it marksman? Marksman. There we go. And then what else we got here? Shield, hand weapon, dagger, heavy armor. I don't know what this one's called. This one's a knight. Okay. That makes sense. And this one, I know what this one is. This is a barbarian. Two-handed weapon, hand weapon, or dagger. This one I was calling a dagger. So we got a bunch of chaos cultists here, a bunch of kobolds. Man, painting these kobolds made me a very upset person. I couldn't stand painting these kobolds because they're all so tiny. And you know what drives me bonkers? So I got these from the Bones 4 Kickstarter, and they're included in the Bones 5 Kickstarter as well. Too many tiny kobolds. Do you know how tiny these are? These are ridiculous. Ridiculous. Redonkers. Redonkers. It's redonk. We got more of them here. So we just like put things further away. Need to go put those in a new home. And tiny kobolds are your kind of mini. Yeah. And this is another Malleus miniature. This is So I actually got to watch Malleus make this cape. It's insane. So what he would do is he had a sheet of polymer clay, and he would cut out the leaves and into their tiny shapes, and then he would take pliers or tweezers and he would go and slowly layer them in one by one, and then he would take like a tiny, not a toothpick, but like basically like a needle tool, and then he would go in and if you look really closely, really closely, oh, that's too close, he's textured all of these leaves. Every one of these has textures on them. The dude's insanely talented. But yeah, so I'm gonna move all these chaos cultists over here. I've got like one, I don't know, Harlequin, I think. You guys can tell me if this is a Harlequin or not. I'm not gonna know. That's still like way too close. No, this is fine. This is not a bad spot. I think this is a Harlequin. I like that they don't have the cone head helmets. I think the cone head helmet is a little weird. Bunch of chaos cultists. Just putting stuff away. No, really, I'm just like packing up. I'm just hanging out with you guys before I finish. This is like the chattiest I've been. I think I just want food. So actually, talking about Space Marines and stuff, Valley Dweller, you remember the I mean, you've been playing Warhammer longer than I did, and from before I did. So when I first started, I got into Tyranids because I was like, Tyranids are cool, space bugs, eat people, awesome. It was when I was Witch with Hydra Gauntlets. See, look at that. You know exactly what you're talking about. But sure, Harlequin. I don't know. They're their own faction now. I don't know. But so when I first started, I didn't like Chaos Marines. And when 6th edition came out, they came out with Dark Vengeance, super high detail looking stuff. And I came to the realization that it was because from then on they gave Chaos Marines a whole new look, like giving them all of the trim on their armor, giving them the super fancy helmets and stuff, all that jazz. Because before that they just looked like Space Marines, but like had like ponytails on their helmets or horns. It was really low effort. Nothing wrong with it. It was very low effort. But yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna go eat. Might even take a nap. I'm old. And Valley's gonna be like, "You're a baby," and I'm like, "No, I'm not. I mean, I know that I'm younger than you, but I'm not baby as in like being a baby for taking a nap. As in, I'm not allowed to call myself old. I know what Valley's gonna be saying. But yes, sleepy, food, maybe more caffeine, and yeah. You guys, thank you all for coming and hanging out with me today. Haha, nope, I'm not streaming. Too much effort. Yeah, exactly. I'm tired right now. I'm sleepy. sleepy. I need a shower. Yeah, it's all good. But you guys all have yourselves a good one. Love y'all. Y'all sound American. Canadians don't usually say y'all, but I've been noticing a lot of Canadians say y'all more often now. But yeah, no. You guys have a good one. And who's streaming right now? Surely somebody's streaming. $50 follower special. Well, that's exciting. You know what? Let's go raid the miniature painter. They dropped into a stream once, and they seem pretty cool. And they're celebrating their 50 follower thing. So you know what? Let's go and let's just go give them some more follows. You know? Don't have to stay in for too long or anything. Just give them a follow, see what they're doing, and yeah. Let's go make somebody's day. Do I still have the thing open? Cool. Alright. Later, everybody. Let's enter that. That's right, it's supposed to be like a timer thing. Ah, nice, I got 62 followers now. Cool.